Na, talán.
Mi a
Egy,
faszom ér, hogy
egy,
nem
egy,
tudom?
kettő. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. 21, 22, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Most van hang.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ez nem hiszem el. Nem hiszem el, hogy ez is kétszer kell bekapcsolni. Kiakaszt minden ilyen szarság már. Miért játssza el ezeket a dolgokat, hogy egy teljesen működő rendszert itt hagytunk, csak az hiányzott. Na, figyelj, adok neked egy kamerajelet mindjárt.
Az a baj, hogy nem viszi ki a izére, tehát nem megy a dolog. Nem bassza meg. Nem kapja le. De olyan jön, ami... Na várjál, most más fogok csinálni, mert itt valami másról van szó.
A beállításokat nézd meg, hogy
De pillanat, hadd csináljam, amit szeretnék most egy pillanatig. Igen. Na itt van, jó van, megy a délre akkor, csak én nem azt látom. Kérjük csak le ezért a linket. Megosztó link, igen. Ezt küldjük el magamnak. Pillanat. Az most mondom, kiderül, ha valaki oda megy, ott látja a beállítót. Mi a faszom ez? Így írja. Hello? Jó, most minden rendben van. Mondjuk a hangot azt nem tudom, hogy most mit kéne halljak, vagy mit nem. Kéne halljak valamit, Zoli?
Nem, mert
Jó,
már nem tudom, lehet, hogy
nem baj, nem állom most.
nem tudom, hogy a mikrofonnal is itt.
Fél siker.
No need. No need. We are together.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much.
Where is the mouse?
Great.
It's better.
pillanat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jön ott a hang? Jön ott a hang? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 1, 2. Nem ott, itt, ezen jön. Ezen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 jön. Ezen mutatja a hangerőt? Jön. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jó. Egy, kettő, három, nézd meg, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, ez is megy, jó.
I can't use my headphones because there is the plug of the sound. So let's see.
Is it working now?
Yes.
Maybe we should do the whole thing from your laptop to this thing in the later on. Do you think it's possible? Maybe in the break. In the break you can talk to presentation of community we do from here. Community reporting workshop we are already in the room, right? So we can do from here, no? And then in the coffee break maybe you can talk with Sarah and Evelina, or just Evelina, because it was supposed to be from her laptop.
Yeah.
If she can send you the links to the videos.
Yeah.
And
Because it's not even an issue because she already tried with the computer. So if you break, you can just
Talk to with
Yeah.
Evelina and try it out, and if it doesn't work, you can
Yeah,
go
sure.
for Okay. Just to avoid this. Okay, do you think we can start?
Yes. I use see how it will work.
Hi guys, my name is Marcia and I am a participant in the Continue project.
occasion, I already forgot, sorry. We have to talk in the microphone, not because of making the sound louder, but because there's also a streaming, so there are people following us in those 7 different European countries online, so we have to use the microphones. So, yeah, I was talking about the project, about which you will find out more, but basically we were and still are supporting young people. We started at the late phases of the COVID pandemic and then in the post-COVID times as well. So just a few words about the program today. I don't know if you saw it. We will also post it on the wall and you can find it in other places. In the first about 30 minutes, we will give you an overview of what we did during the project. And here as well, we would like to give the voice to the youngsters. We have here with us young people from a lot of different countries and some of the staff members as well who were active in organizing the project. So you will hear from them what were the activities and our experiences. And we will show a short video if the sound is working, hopefully. We can show you a very short video introduction that gives you a framework of the whole project. After that, we will continue to the community reporting workshop that will be led by People's Voice Media. Unfortunately, Georgia, who is the facilitator to run the workshop, couldn't travel to Budapest because of health-related issues, so she will facilitate through Zoom. Hopefully, the technology will enable us to follow it like that. If not, we will solve the situation among the people who are here. Then we will have a short coffee break. Coffee and snacks and other drinks will be served in the area outside, where actually you are free to take things whenever you feel the need to. One more practical issue, the bathroom is a bit outside. If you walk out the door towards the stairs, it's on the right. So after the coffee break, we will come back to talk about some of the findings of the project, because we did a lot of research. We talked with young people. We collected their stories, their opinions about their challenges, their issues that they collected during, they experienced during the COVID time. And we came up with recommendations based on that time. What could be done better in our communities, in our societies? We will talk about that, and also we will invite you for joining the discussion in small teams to talk about these findings together. That is more or less the program. We will show you also some video stories of the youngsters. So I will not take more time, and I will pass the word to Emanuela, our colleague from Italy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Olga. Thank you all for being here. Let's watch this video that storytells a bit what we went through. Enjoy it, and let's see if the sound. And I want to thank the techno team for Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, that was an icebreaker. It's my first time working with two screens, so for me it's magic. So yeah, enjoy.
I didn't do much work in lockdown because I just didn't have the motivation to do it.
I was not happy at all, and it was just really depressing.
Hatte aus dem Grund Glück im Unglück. Viele in meinem Umfeld waren halt von der Arbeitslosigkeit und von dem Jobverlust sehr betroffen.
Meu pai apanharam no corona e eu fiquei isolado por aquele motivo. Eles não apanharam? Não apanhei, nem minha irmã. É um período muito difícil. Pois, não podia ter contato nem com a minha mãe nem com o meu pai.
Our first event, which was an experiential hike. Our main problem why we decided to do this event was post-pandemic difficulties, just being close to other people, social isolation, and we wanted to tackle this problem and also to deepen people's emotional intelligence and to help them to connect to their senses more.
We formed two teams. One planned a community event. The aim was to create everybody their own activity and they put on a t-shirt or a bag. The message could be anything, but basically had a relation with social issues. It was successful, more than 20 people were coming. We offered foods and beverages. We spent a chill time together.
Questa gestita nasce da una necessità, ovvero quella di riprenderci i nostri spazi dopo la pandemia e dopo.
I don't know how it feels for the ones who didn't. From Bekai, from CRN. Thank you, Bekai. Come and applause for being the first and break the ice.
Yes.
Yes, I will screen some pictures that talk about his experience, your personal experience, but also an experience which is shared with others.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a part of the team CRN from Berlin, Germany. And yeah, we made also a film, like a short film, for the workshop that we organized in Berlin. So maybe we can also show this short film to get an idea what we exactly did there. And then I can tell a little bit like the feedbacks.
Yes.
Yes, this is the short film. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can show maybe first the film and then I can explain a little bit more.
Okay.
So thank you. And we did this workshop in a cooperation with an NGO in Berlin. This is an NGO named Aufbruch Neukölln, and located in a district of the city which is characterized by like people with migration background, unemployment, and so on. We chose this location because we wanted to reach those people faster. We wanted to meet with them there where they are living, exactly in this street. So they just came, and we were also like cooperating, for example, with youth organizations who are also working there, and also knowing, okay, who are those people that we want to reach. And then we invited them to our workshop, which was also supported by a painter who is really doing a good job, and like consulting those people during the workshop. And the thing that we were hearing all the time, that people are suffering from social isolation, because in Berlin they decided to do like lockdown, and not only the schools, for example, but also all the locations where people doing their free times are closed. So they were just staying home, sleeping all the time, sitting there, and not all of them had an idea to bring this time. So we just came in touch with those people and asked, okay, what would be a good way to like spend this time? What could help you to feel better or to manage those like difficult times? And they were saying, okay, I don't know, but that would be nice if I, for example, do something creative, because I need to product something. If I would product something, then I would feel myself better. Then we thought, okay, maybe the art would be a good way to do it. So we organized this workshop, and they were painting T-shirts or like other stuff. And we also went to a street festival later, and like make an exhibition there, what we produced in this workshop. Yeah. And another like goal of this workshop was to integrate those kind of strategies as a long-term coping strategies in case that we can experience something like this, not a pandemic maybe, but another situation which affects our life, our daily life, so deeply. Yeah. So I can tell like this what we did there, and if you have any questions about the workshops, about CRN, and about the process, so you can ask right now.
Thank you, Bekai. Indeed, this is, thank you, because this is a moment not just to show you how beautiful this experience was, and but also this moment wants to be an opportunity for all of us to reflect on how this experience, pandemic, war, are impacting our life. So thank you for giving this input. So take these images and storytelling as a way to reflect. Thank you. And because of the technology team at us, Georgia from PVM, People Voice Media, is here with us, and she will share her experience of Continue project in the UK. So I will close this, and I will take Georgia's screen. Wow. Eccoci. Let's see from the other side. Sorry. Wait, Georgia. I need to. Oh, voila. Okay. But meanwhile, welcome for the ones who came. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Yes, Georgia, so we see your screen.
Yeah, can you hear me?
And do you hear Georgia? Yes?
Hello.
Wait, Georgia, you can't see us, but you can hear us. So,
Yeah,
hello. Okay, so Georgia, the floor is yours. You will see your screen.
So I delivered the community reporting and social action workshops that took place as part of the Continue project in the UK, and we delivered them all from Garfield Studios, which is like an art space in Trafford in Greater Manchester. And the Conversation of Change and Knowledge Exchange events also happened here. And Garfield Studios is like an art studio and a youth space for young people in the local community. So they run alternative education services, youth groups, youth councils and other activities. And they have a focus on creativity and arts-based practices. So after delivering the community reporting sessions and the social action workshops and the different conversation of change and knowledge exchange events, I think the three of the main findings that I picked out in terms of the impact of the pandemic on the young people was that they felt that they'd lost out on some of the safe spaces that they'd had before the pandemic. And it had a massive impact on their mental health, and a lot of them felt like they'd missed out on different transitional phases that they usually go through in their life. So like moving from primary school to high school or high school to college, that was completely different, a completely different experience than what they'd expected it would be like before the pandemic. And another thing that was quite unique to UK was the fact that Brasville are based in Trafford in Greater Manchester. So it's about a 15-minute walk away from Old Trafford, which is Manchester United's football ground. And there's also a cricket ground that's close by that's a popular sport and music venue. So there was lots of conversations about how they felt as a local community that their spaces were being used by people that weren't necessarily from the area. One of the things I remember them speaking about was there was a Harry Styles concert at the cricket ground, and there was like thousands and thousands of people that were coming to this concert, and like the disruption that it causes to their community as a result of that. And big events like that are also really expensive to attend, so it's rare that the young people at Garfield would actually have the chance to go to these big music and sporting events in their own community. So there was lots of conversations around that. And as a follow-up from the Knowledge Exchange event, Garfield Studios arranged for the local MP, like a local politician, to come and speak to the young people and listen to their points of view and their calls to action and what it is that they wanted to change in their community. And because they felt like they'd missed out on safe spaces as a result of the pandemic, they decided to try and build up a relationship with the bigger organisations in their local community. So potentially Manchester United, potentially the cricket ground and other big organisations that exist in their local spaces. And through partnership, they hope to help ensure that safe spaces are available to young people. And yeah, the local MP has said that they will help to facilitate that. So that's an overview of what happened as a result of the Continue project in the UK. But yeah, I had loads of fun delivering the sessions, and it was nice to do work in Greater Manchester, in a borough of Greater Manchester that I'm not as familiar with. So yeah, thank you.
Thank
If
you.
anyone has any questions, let me know.
Thank you so much, Georgia. Thank you. Thanks. Georgia, Georgia used a lot the word community. What is community? We discovered that community can have different meaning, interpretation, context for different people. So thank you for bringing this highlight together with other many. And yeah, so Georgia will stay with us. And I would like to now give the floor to Jay from Palermo. Thank you, Jay, for coming. So you take the microphone, yes. And just a second, I need to. Okay. Maybe Jay, you can tell us meanwhile I play with this. Who you are? Where are you from?
Okay. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. My name's J. William Phillips. I was born in Catania and moved to Palermo for a better education and a closer community, only for there to come COVID lockdown and for me to move back to Catania, where I would be locked in my room for hours, lost with no community, with no discussion, with no space for me to express myself and to know other students and their needs. And then COVID went away and it left us with severe problems and miscommunications and a lack of space. We were suffocated and unable to move on. So when community reporting came by and they came to our school afterwards to speak about their project, it was really a moment of confrontation for the students, for us, to start moving forwards and bring forth the problems that we had felt for so long. The lack of psychological support at an affordable price for poor students who are unable to afford professional psychological help. The lack of space where to be together in communities. The lack of space to be heard. In Italy, there was this very nice referendum where 16-year-olds would have been able to vote, yet it was denied. Yet again, young people were felt as inadequate to express their opinions upon their very own futures. We could not speak on what we needed, what we wanted. And so that's the problems that we brought forth with Continue. The need for psychological support, the need for space, the need for being heard, to be consulted on these things. And, well, I participated in several workshops, bringing my opinion and the opinions of others and confronting each other. It was a confrontation, it was speaking, finally. It was speaking to each other. And we moved on to the Pride protest. It was wonderful, coming together, writing down our thoughts and bringing forth political moves that we had, like the DDL Zan, which was refused in the Italian parliament in applause. They applauded refusing the DDL Zan, which was a crime against humanity, refusing this referendum, which would have punished hate crimes against people with different sexual orientations or preferential, preferences on how they would be called. We brought forth in the Regina Margherita, my school, my high school, we brought forth the Alias project, which was for the first time approved in a school, which allowed students to be called in the register as they choose to be called, refer to themselves as they choose to be, which was a great step forward, I must say. And together we went to the protest, and I'm not in the photos because I was actually having fun there instead of carrying around the manifestos. Then we needed space. We needed somewhere where was ours. So what did we do? We took forth the classroom. We put ourselves in a classroom and we took it. We took a classroom for ourselves to manage. It was very nice. During the entire summer, there were workshops to create banners that would be hung around the school building, which was in a crack neighborhood. Our school has several buildings, one of which is in one of the most notorious crack infested neighborhoods of Palermo, where drugs are sold to very low prices to children and adults alike, and we have to pass through this neighborhood. And yet we put some banners up to show political message, to show beauty where there was none, to bring attention where there was none, and take our space. And then we got a nice event where we invited political figures, to be heard, to be part of the process. It wasn't bad. We got like one political figure to come and take pictures with us. That's all they wanted, really. But it was a step. It was a step forwards. It was a foot in the door. Several steps in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Brilliant. Beautiful. School was one of the main let's say point of reference for us in Palermo, and that helped us to build up. So thank you, Jay, for bringing your experience, which was one of the most important political experience for me. So thank you for bringing this word, political, which is definitely part of what we are doing, which is not particular, but political. So let's go back to the pure nature of this word. I would like now to invite Josephine from Crossing Border, and we welcome you.
Thank you. Hi, thank you. My name is Josephine. I'm from Denmark, the Danish partner organization. I'm a young person, so I worked with the social actions group, but I'm also working at Crossing Borders now, so I have the privilege of experiencing both sides of the project, both the coordinating, but also like being part of those actual groups of young people. So what happened in Denmark was I joined the group in August, which is not that long ago actually, and it was after all those community reporting. But when I joined the group, that was right before we started designing those social actions, I could really relate to what was like figured out during the project before I joined, like feeling alone, being isolated, being left alone during lockdown, and just having like psychological mental health consequences because of that, and not the right support to solve those. So humans are inherently social beings. It's what lets us survive in society. It's what lets us learn from each other. And so we thought that's what we needed again after this long time of isolation. So my project group and I, we decided to have a group or build a club, establish a club, a long-term social action, not a one-time social action, but a long-term social action that would support young people, adolescents, people in university, with being together and learning from each other. So we thought there is a role model in everyone, and everyone has something to share, a story or knowledge. And so we had this club called the Everything Social Club, because everything is about being social. And we would have 2 events per month, one knowledge exchange event where we would choose a topic that interests us. For example, we did one event on food waste where we educated each other on food waste, what things we can do against food waste, what important but also funny facts there are about those topics, and what every one of us could do. And then we would have a second event during that month, and we would actually act upon that topic and go to an organization, volunteer there, and save food and distribute it to people that are underprivileged. So that was a really nice learning experience for this whole group, and that connected us and created friendships, which is really important after you had no time to spend with your friends or weren't allowed to. So that was what we did. It's a concept that we wanted to establish further, like every month a different topic we would act upon. Sadly, I have to be honest with you, it's really hard to establish a social action that is supposed to sustain. So we also figured out, like besides all the nice learning effects, like creating friendships through being together, through having social actions, we also learned there's a lot of knowledge left that we need to learn, especially to sustain social actions. And that's what I took with me. Like, for example, management skills or time management skills or organizational skills are very important if you really want to have an impact. So that's what I took out of that, and also my friend group. So yeah, that's what we did in Copenhagen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for, you make me think why stories matter. This is one of the questions that we started with under the community reporting, why stories matter. What's the power of stories? So I would like now to invite Derek from Artermisszió from here. Thank you for welcoming us. Thanks, Derek, for being here and sharing your experience.
Welcome, everyone. We're glad to have you in Budapest. My name is Derek, and I'm originally from Uganda. And I've lived here for quite a bit, like 4 years. So for me, getting into this social action and the whole knowledge exchange program, I was privileged to, when I was looking out for something during the lockdown to like release myself, we have a colleague called Musti from Mustafa, and he's a coach for a volunteer football team. So when I went to play football with them on the pitch, he introduced me to this program, and I would say it's been a great experience since then. So from that time, he tried to gather our experiences, like what did we experience during the lockdown, which challenges we faced. So we had conversations of change online, like into different online sessions, and we would have like breakout sessions to have some sort of quick takes on how we could mitigate the different problems we are facing, you know, with focus to also like young adults with migrant backgrounds who found themselves away from home, away from family. And throughout the whole process, we were able to to create our social action over a course of about four weeks, like over a month during the summer. And here we came to get different skills and be facilitated by Olga and also her other colleague, Pani, into creating different social actions. So we just split it into 2 groups. One would be the practical approach, where we held a Dare to Print event, where people would come and express themselves to try and get the message out there. And then the other would be the online approach, which would, in general, try to combat the problem of problems faced by migrants living in Hungary. So I was very privileged to take part in the knowledge exchange program under the Continue project. I was in Palermo, and we had a good facilitation from Haley, and we could come back and use the whole knowledge we had learned and, you know, all the takeaways. And we successfully held our own knowledge exchange event in around September. And then from there, we could proceed to go to Denmark, where we had a training from Alex and also from Tommy. So we could try to use those skills to create our online version of the social actions. So from there, we came down to a resolution. We created a Facebook page called Hungary Simplified. And throughout my skills gained during the lockdown out of hobbyism, I would use my audio editing skills, and we created a podcast called Hungary Simplified. I don't know if it will be towards the last, yeah. So mostly these are just like surveys that we put out to the different respondents to try and get what problems they were facing and they really needed to have more information about. So we created the content based off of most of the feedback that we would get from them. And then we created like the Facebook page and also the podcast. There is a, maybe it's, yeah. So that's our podcast on Spotify and other streaming platforms. So here we tackle a different problem in every episode. So like our very first episode was just based on the feedback that maybe most people with migrant backgrounds who felt they've lived in Hungary for so long and maybe they want to think about being a part of the community officially. We had a very interesting episode with some gentleman who himself was a migrant, and he was walking us through how he decided to become a Hungarian citizen. So I would say that in every episode that we make, we work with the stakeholders. For example, if it's healthcare, we talk to the local doctors who can help migrants know how do you access healthcare as a migrant and what have you. So through all this, we would say that we are trying to tackle the problem long term. Even after the continued project, we shall leave a track record to help, all people who need such information. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to have you in Budapest.
Thank you so much. You make me think on how important it is to bring our talents, to use our talents to come to the collective space. Thank you, Derek, for bringing it. And now I would like to invite Theodora from Lithuania. So thank you, Theodora. Yes.
Thank you. So, hey, as Emanuela has already introduced me, my name is Theodora, Theo for short. At first I participated in another international project, and after it ended, I got a proposition to participate in this one. So that's how I ended up here. And yeah, it was quite an experience. I really actually liked the team I was in. In fact, I'm the youngest one in the team because I'm still underage. But I didn't really feel that age gap between my team members because they were so supportive and accepting. And we actually did some pretty amazing work together. The first two events we organized, which pops into my head immediately, is like free social events for the public. The first one was Hike, as you saw on the screen. The second one was open air discussion. And the third one, which I had the most impact, was some kind of internet campaign which was about spreading awareness about cyberbullying and so on. I unfortunately couldn't attend any of those, but I just tried to help with whatever I could, like inviting mentors, inviting people who spoke there, recording some things, and so on. And the second one would be the conference, which you also saw. And yeah, I don't know, we managed to gather a lot of people there who were interested in some kind of problems we were also interested in. And it was nice to hear what other people think about it, like different perspectives, different approach, and so on. And what all those experiences have given me. I would say that they taught me to work in a team way better, because I've also been like more of an individual person, more of like that one who would do all the work all by myself and so on. And all those activities also helped me to step out of my comfort zone and do some things I would never do. So I think those are the qualities I will definitely need in life, and I am definitely thankful for those.
Thank you, Madonna. How many things can we learn from the experience? You make me think on life skills.
She also went to a training in Denmark. What else? Yeah, and right now she's in USA, so she's not here with us. But she also worked with social media a lot. So she shared that she definitely take away the idea that it is fun to work with young people and to create initiatives to them, but it's also very not easy. She meant that you have to think very carefully about how to communicate with them, how to attract them, because we really had that problem. Like we really faced that after the pandemic. It's super difficult to attract people to the any events. Like before in our organization, we had like youth exchanges, like 1 week projects to another country. There was like a lot of applications. There's not enough projects for people to come. And right now we have to like make less projects like that because people are, I don't know, not coming back that easily back to the communication, to traveling, exploring. Like they're more, shy, let's say. So we also really felt that in our social actions. So that is that. And the last experience is from another Judita, who was leading the experimental hike. So I will read mostly everything. So she took part in an experiential hike, which was for managing mental health issues. She planned the whole program, led the activities for participants. As well, we had another social action, a discussion on career development. The problem we face, like young people do not feel secure and sure about the future. They feel very unsafe, what will happen. Like maybe they were thinking about one way of their career path, but then COVID came and maybe we had to overthink again. Then the war came, and then again they don't know like what's else there to come and what should they do. So they had a discussion. And we also had later the conference where people from the government also came to share what is happening in Lithuania, what are the plans in Lithuania with mental health topics, with career development topics, because there's a lot of going on, a lot of processes, a lot of changes. So that was kind of a good time to act, to raise the topics. So she shared that she learned the fear of doing and making mistake for her was reduced. After the hike, she felt that at least one person was helped, touched, moved in some way from inside. And that's the only reason why she felt the meaning of what we were doing in the project. And after the discussion, she realized how many people are wandering on their career paths. She felt not alone, inspired and able to inspire others, and learn to think more freely, to see the bigger picture, to focus on the goal and encouraging change, to talk about emotional health and career topics rather than the details. So there are a lot of experiences, a lot of different learnings from different people, but it was me as a coordinator, I was really, happy to see the growth of some people. Yeah, it was like amazing because we had like another participant who was super shy even to speak in our inside circle group, and then in the final event she was talking in front of the crowd during the conference. So just amazing, like everything. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nilina. Thank you. How things can change through small experiences. And now I would like to invite Claudia from FAST, who will introduce Marcia. Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you. So hello, my name is Claudia. I came from Porto in Portugal, and my organization is the Porto Federation of Youth Associations. You are going to meet someone, a colleague, which is a young person who participates in this project, and she's also someone who is working in a youth association, a very big youth association in the Porto district, in the city named Gondomar. And she is working in a social project who is dealing with unprivileged young people with different social backgrounds and difficulties. Most of them are living in difficult neighborhoods, and they are struggling in school and things like that. And she is working in that social project, and she has these two roles in the Continue project. She is a young person, so she is taking something with her from the project, and also she is facilitating these other young people in her project, doing some workshops in the Continue project with us. She was in Palermo with us, and she was also in Copenhagen, and now she is going to tell you how was all this process to her. With some sound.
Wait.
Marcia, and I am a participant in the Continue project from Portugal. I would like to... Hi guys, my name is Marcia, and I am a participant in the Continue project from Portugal. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you all what was like my experience throughout this process. So me, alongside my group of other youngsters, were responsible in creating some materials about 3 topics that were considered problematic in our community, such as violence in intimate relationships, cyberbullying, and the fears and expectations about the professional future. What I learned from this process and with this project is that by the sharing of real-life experiences related to the pandemic, I concluded that mental health is a topic less and less neglected. So mental health awareness is very much present in my generation. On the other hand, and if I can identify something positive with this situation and experience, is that I could see in myself and in others that people are more open to talk about sensitive topics. And this is important to our own growth and the growth of the society in general. So I really enjoy taking part in this project, and I hope that my testimony is a positive and useful contribute to you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much. You will send Marcia our greetings, and thanks for sharing. How important youth work is. I would like to invite to close this testimony part, and thank you all for listening. We know we are all here since sometimes. This is our last testimony of this first part of the day. So Giuliana and Andrea from Yes, Italy, thank you for coming and share.
Thank you. I'm Giuliana. Nice to see you together, all together. And I'm I'm a staff member of Yes, and it is a youth service, Europe service. And we work for a different workshop in our city. And in this workshop, like Conversation of Change, we analyze the positive and negative aspect of this pandemic period. That was very, very interesting because we involved a different group of students, university students and high school students, but also other people. And during this workshop, they, in the first moment, showed the video, part of the video that you see before, the testimony of the young people about their problem during this lockdown. And this was only the starting point for a reflection, to produce ideas for social action. This was very, very interesting for us, like a very, very good experience, because when you stay together, you have photo, probably yes, this, but we have, at the end of the workshop, we draw a bridge, and they put short sentences about the previous discussion together, and they put these sentences on the bridge to build the change. And after, in some workshop, they all together decide to turn the word, to change the word COVID in an acronym. In Italian, they use the Italian word, but the meaning is take opportunity to overcome difficulties. Thanks.
Thank you, Julia. Hi to all, nice to see you. I'm Andrea from Yes. We are from the south of Italy. It's a little small town that is Potenza. We are two not because we are special, but because we have two different rules inside the project itself. Especially me, I'm a technician, so I did not take part to all this moment of sharing with the young guys, but I work behind in another topic of the project. One of the topics of the project is to create some tools and give them to the young people and also to association to be able to create this kind of social action. And these tools have to be digital tools. We know that during the pandemic, every space, social space, become virtual social space. And especially the youngsters are really used to use this kind of social space. But they generally use the social network that are always more and more commercial social space. So they are kind of social space that are too exposed for everybody. So the idea is to create a space for them that could be really useful and really, let's say, controlled, also if it's not really the real world that we can use, but it's a space that is completely dedicated to their idea of creating social action. And we move in, yes, thank you, in two ways. We create a specific space that is okay, a platform for the NGO to organize and manage the kind of project like this one. So a space for collecting things, collecting document, sharing information, and all the things that generally is done using the commercial platform like Google and like this. And that is the ones that is no, on top. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is the cloud, is our main platform. And the other platform that is the social platform. Here you can see also other stuff, other little tool that could be really useful, and some link to how to say in Italian. It's not, let's say, not commercial, but open source platform that everybody can use. And for sure, I have also to say that this collection comes from a study and a research and a questionnaire that we share together between the partners and with the youngest. The second big part of the project was the social platform, that is a specific social network that from the point of view of the function it's look like similar to Facebook, but first of all it's private. That means that you doesn't share your data with nobody. There's no big company behind, there's nothing behind, so the data that you put it's on the database that we have on our own server and we do not use for any commercial intent. And also the other idea is to give this kind of tool that will be replicable for each partner. This is also an occasion to present this tool and to ask you, to all of you, the NGO, but also the young people that want to start with a kind of social action like this, to contact the partner of your whole country and to ask them to have access to this kind of tool, because we are, our intent is also to really provide to the others this tool, the instruments that will be really useful as we use for ourselves. So this is practically really for you and for creating social action, especially in this more and more technological world. And that's all. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much for sharing. I will pass the floor to Olga, who will lead us.
I would also like to thank all of the speakers for sharing your stories. I think it was really interesting to hear, but also it was a bit longer than we expected. So I suggest to shift the program a bit and move the coffee break forward. So we will have now a 10-minute coffee break. Please feel free to help yourself to drinks, coffee and tea and some snacks in this outer area. And after the break, we will continue with the community reporting workshop, which is a video-based storytelling technique. So there you will also have the opportunity to actually try out one of the methods that we used during the project. So see you in 10 minutes.
Because of that, but we actually decided to bring forward the break not because of that, no, not only because of this, but also I think it was very difficult to understand what Georgia was saying because of the sound and her accent. I think it's very difficult to echoing, and the two together for Hungarians, I think it's very
No, it's fine. Let's use this. Yeah. So. Georgia.
Hello.
Wait. I take off the. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Wait, just a second. Can you check? Sound check? Sound check?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Everybody hear you. Well, so now?
Hello?
Nope. Okay, because you are the big speaker. Doesn't matter at this moment. So I will download your slide.
Posto? Ti prendo qualcosa?
Sì. Quello che vuoi.
Per te, però.
Sì.
Quello che voglio io per te.
Non so cosa c'è.
Hello. Yeah. Yes, so Sarah's going to deliver the community reporting workshop. If the audio is a little bit changed, that would be difficult for people to understand what I'm saying. But thank you for setting everything up after you take part in the session. And hopefully we'll get at some point into the stuff. I've got an appointment on Friday, so I thought about it. Please get it on the day. I will.
Però mancava ancora, non ho parlato della radio autogestita all'interno autogestita, non può parlare. No, vabbè, no.
gather stories of lived experience from people, in the case of this project, from young people, but it can be literally anyone.
Use the arrow. Use the arrow.
Yeah, right, that's what I am. I was on the wrong place. The next stage is, we're not going to be doing today, but we'll, just so you get an idea, is curating stories, which is where the group comes back together, they watch the stories together, and they decide what they've learned. They compare the similarities, the differences, and from that take out insights. And this is what we use to create our insight reports earlier in the project, and they've kind of been the basis for what we've done since. And then mobilising the stories, so packaging them up, what we've learned, and presenting it to other people. So in this case, insight reports, this event today, our conversation of change events, our knowledge exchanges, everything we've done throughout the project and will continue to do. So in the context of the Continue project, we've, as you know, worked with young people tackling the challenges of post-COVID times. We've already heard a lot about this morning, so I'm not going to go through it too much, but just focus on this bit, which is gathering and listening to the lived experience of young people. And that's what the community reporting methodology is primarily for in this project. So I've got a short animation about community reporting, which I am going to try and play, and we'll hope the sound works.
Community reporting helps people to gather, curate and mobilise their stories of lived experience. Stories can come in many different forms, such as photographs, audio pieces or videos. Our mission is to upskill people in storytelling techniques and the use of digital devices to better capture and convey their own and other people's lived experiences. These unique stories are then shared on our online platform, www.communityreporter.net. As part of this training, we co-create a responsible storytelling best practice guide. This framework sets out the community reporting parameters and takes into consideration the ethical, legal and social context in which the community reporters are working. The stories gathered cover a wide range of topics and reflect the diverse experiences of our network. With the stories we gather, we co-curate them through a unique approach to analysis and packaging. As part of this process, we look at the topic, content and context of each individual story, exploring what people are talking about, their thoughts and feelings about the subject and their reasons behind this. These individual insights are then brought together to create a set of findings. To help communicate these stories, we produce short films, interactive reports, presentations, visualizations and much more. These varying mediums enable us to reach and inform a wider and more diverse audience. Knowledge mobilisation takes the insights gleaned from the stories and connects them with those who can use them to enact positive change. Working with our community reporters, we co-create mobilisation plans that map out how we can achieve this. We also run conversation of change events that use our stories as stimuli for dialogue between different stakeholders. These conversations help to disrupt the status quo and lead to the generation of new ideas, new approaches and new ways of thinking. This helps to influence attitudes and behaviour, affect change in the way services and policies are designed and delivered, and contributes to a wider social impact.
So that's, oh, thank you. That's very old, doesn't really need reports, but thank you. So that hopefully gave you, for those of you not familiar, a little bit more information about the community reporting methodology. I'd say there's a lot to it, and I've not got a lot of time to go through it, so hopefully it was enough. But one of the things we get asked a lot is, why do stories matter? And you've already seen from the young people who presented this morning that stories matter a lot. You know, we need them to really understand people's experience. Hearing what other people think of people's experience isn't enough to tell us what really went on, what really happened. And there's different types of knowledge. So there's practical know-how, theoretical expertise, experiential understanding. And experiential knowledge is what we're looking at here. It focuses on what people can learn from their own and others' experiences. And stories are a really great way of exploring this. So we're going to listen to a story now, and then have a little think about what we've learned about this person's story. So.
We're going to discuss happiness today, something a little bit about well-being or whatever feels comfortable that you want to tell me. So I would like to ask you first, what are the things you do that keep you or make you happy?
Okay, I think physical activity is the main source of my happiness because of the hormones that go into your brain when you do some exercise, and after that I feel so good, but also hanging out with my friends and
socializing.
With my family and so on. But also the chances I have to express myself through college and university. So learning also makes me happy, learning new things every day.
And can you please tell me when you're feeling stressed, or if you're feeling stressed, what is it that you stress about mostly or mainly?
Mainly injustice.
Injustice,
Yes.
okay.
So making things right makes stress go away.
Is it injustice that happens to other people or injustice that happens to you?
Both.
Both ways?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. And how do you make things right? What is it that you do?
I just say always what I think. I'm true to myself, and
amazing.
That's the source of my happiness.
That's the source? You seem like a really relaxed person, I have to admit.
Thank you.
Okay, is there something else that is really important for your well-being, something that you could not be well without?
Sleep.
Sleep?
Yes.
Would you like to elaborate on that one? Why is sleep so important?
I think it's good on its own, just sleep. I think everyone knows what I mean, because we all need to sleep, but sometimes we don't have much time to sleep. But I think it's really important to think about your physical
state. Yes, amazing.
So food and sleeping and drinking enough water every day and physical activity, as I said.
Yeah, being healthy is really important.
Yes.
What do you think? What is the main problem? Why people don't sleep too much, or why they can't sleep? What do you think that could cause that, especially in the area of the Zagreb or
Because
Croatia?
everything moves so fast, and the city is really busy, and everyone has a lot of things to do. So it's just priorities sometimes are not right. You will rather not sleep the whole night because you have to do something, and then you will be so stressed out if you do that every day for some time. So I think it's really important that you get your priorities straight. So if you really need to sleep, you need to sleep. You just go to sleep. You don't do your homework. That can wait. But it's important that you feel right, and then the other stuff.
So, just bear with me one moment. So, what do we learn about this person's life from this story? And it can be any insight you've got, feel free to just shout out. of right and wrong, sense of justice and injustice, and when she feels someone, whether that's her or someone else, is on the receiving end of an injustice, it makes her stressed, unhappy, and she, as you say, she has these sort of these norms, these boundaries, these. Definitely. Anyone else got any?
Yeah, she expressed that caring for your physical needs is a basic for her happiness.
Yeah, so her physical needs, looking after your physical needs, your physical well-being is really important to her, and that's right. And anyone else got any more points? Reckon we can eke out one more?
To me, it's important. It's really interesting when she say that everything's run so fast. That is a characteristic of the modernity, and it is strange to hear these sentences from a young person that is was born in these kind of words. I'm more usual to hear something like this from a person of my age, older than them, that has always to run on the speed of the modernity. So it's really, really strange. It means that this situation is hard for everybody. This is
Definitely. And what we've done there is a really, really mini insight gathering just from one story. You listen to what the person's had to say, and you've drawn out some of those things that struck you, and you've sort of analysed what they mean. And that's what we do with story gathering overall. That's what we've done over the course of this project. And as you can see, if you can get those points from one story, if you had 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 stories all on a similar topic area of asking people what makes them feel well, what makes them stressed, you could begin to draw some conclusions as to whether people's experiences are very similar, whether they are wildly divergent, if maybe they are similar but there's 1 or 2 anomalies, why might those anomalies exist? And we can go from there. And that's why stories are important, because they give us a great deal of insight into people that we can't get from, say, surveys or structured interviews where people are led with particular questions. This is just letting people talk and letting people tell their story. So I'm then going to move on to what is a snapshot story. So snapshot stories are what we're going to be doing today as a practical exercise. So generally speaking, when we do story gathering, we don't really impose a time limit on people. We sort of say, you know, talk for as long as you want. And if you go on the Community Reporter website, you'll see some people talk for, you know, half an hour, an hour. But most of the stories are kind of 20 minutes or less. Some are only a couple of minutes long or a few seconds long. It just depends on what story the person's telling and how much they want to say. Snapshot stories are a little bit different because we do them in taster sessions like this. So you'll be sharing your stories with each other, but we'd ask you to keep them to just a couple of minutes, maybe 2-3 minutes, absolute most, really. So the way we do this, and I'm going to give you a general overview of how we do this, but we've actually already picked your story topic for the sake of making it a quick workshop. So the first stage in this is picking a story topic. So we've gone with young people's experiences of the pandemic. You then ask an open question based on this topic, and it's important that it is an open question. If it's a yes-no question, then it's not going to give very much of a response because the person will say yes or no and probably close down. An open-ended question is always going to give you a more detailed, richer story. So in this case, we've suggested what is, in your experience, was the biggest impact on the pandemic on young people? And you can imagine, you've already seen probably from some of the things we've gathered on this project so far, that can give a wide range of responses, and people will base that on their own personal experience, but also maybe other things like what they've seen on the news, what they've heard, what they've been taught. But so it's key here to say what in your experience, because we want people to refer back to their own experience. We want the stories to be about them, not about what they think happened to other people. And then you record the person's answer. Now, we generally use video, but sometimes if people aren't happy to appear on camera, it'll just be audio, and that, happens quite a lot. People don't necessarily feel comfortable talking to a camera, so pop the phone to one side, just record the audio. Sometimes it's also a photograph or a piece of text. However the person wants to express their story is fine. Today we will be dealing with audio and video, but that's simply because we don't have the time or the resources for everybody to go off and do their own creative thing, although it would be lovely if we could do that today. And we'll give you an example of a snapshot story now, so you can kind of see the length and what is involved.
How I meet friends and connect in Zagreb. Well, I've actually met a lot of people at my college, and those people are now my friends. And I'm really thankful and grateful that those people are with me, supporting me and being by my side this entire year, because I'm at college 2 years now. And we spend time together during studying groups, during classes, and it's always so much fun. We hang out outside the campus as well. I've also met a lot of people in my volunteering activities, where I connected with them within the activity we were doing. And that's also awesome. We had some topics together that we could discuss about, and it was just really sweet. The other way I met people and socialized with them is actually with my friends that I met in college. They have their friends that they've been going to high school with and that they've been going to middle school with, and they are all from Zagreb. So that is also one way how I met a lot of people here and how I connected with them.
So as you can see, this person's recorded this himself. He's answered the open-ended question about how he's made friends, how he's found friends. And as you can see, the story was, I think, less than a minute long overall. So snapshot stories are just that, a snapshot. They're a fairly brief response. They can still be about your experience and your story, but just a very shortened form of it. So, recording techniques. Now, I think probably most of us are pretty well versed with how to record on our phone, how to make a video or an audio file on our phone. But some key tips to remember when recording your story is today, and we're in a fairly small space. So when we split off to record our stories in a bit, I will say we can go off to different parts of the room. We can go in the next room, we can go in the corridors, you can go outside in the garden. I think Olga might remind me here, the only place we can't record is the restaurant, isn't it?
Please make sure that we don't record either people who are just at the restaurant. So on the ground floor, there's a restaurant, and then maybe there are some people eating there.
So please make sure that you don't record people who are in the background.
Yeah. So avoid recording in the restaurant, but up here, outside, in the corridors, on the terrace, anywhere like that is absolutely fine. So find a quiet space as possible, and that's just so you can hear the audio properly on the recording. Sometimes you might have access to a separate microphone that will make that easier, but if you're just recording a snapshot, you're probably just using your phone's own internal mic. So place the mic close to the person who's speaking. So again, if you're recording on your phone, do the opposite of what you do when you're talking like that into your phone. Hold it out to the person, hold the microphone end to them so that you can hear clearly. Check your sound levels to make sure you can hear the person speaking. You can do this by taking a very short recording before you start, ask them to say their name or something, play it back to yourself. Can you hear them clearly? If not, you maybe need to move to a quieter space or hold the microphone closer. Choose a suitable shot size. So if you're recording video, choose what you feel is comfortable with. So person might not want you being right up in their face, doing a very close-up shot. You might want to pull back a bit. Find something that you and the person you're recording is comfortable with. And think about where the person's looking. Some people might you might prefer it for people to look into the camera so that when they are talking, they feel like they're talking to the person watching. It might be preferable that they talk directly to you and then you record that. Work out what you feel is best for the situation and what you and the other person are comfortable with. And pick a suitable background for the shot you're recording. Generally speaking, you don't want people walking around in the background or cars, things like that. Usually a wall, some lovely wallpaper, trees, whatever, is a simple but not too busy background is usually best. And responsible storytelling 101. Again, we're kind of whizzing through this today. Normally this is like an entire half-day workshop that has been reduced to one slide. So we need to think about how we can gather stories in a way that's ethical and safe. So the key tips here are keep things anonymous. So avoid using a person's name, never give out personal details such as addresses. So if I was telling a story about a colleague, I might refer to them as my colleague rather than saying Claudia, for instance. It's just to keep things anonymous. Be respectful. So if you're recording someone's story, you be respectful of what they have to say. That means listening to them, not talking over them. Let them talk, don't interrupt them. Don't discriminate. So don't discriminate against anyone when sharing or gathering their story. Everybody has the right to share their story. And it's not up to anyone to discriminate against them in any way. And be understanding. So if someone needs more time to think about an answer, let them pause. You don't have to rush in if they've paused and have stopped talking for a bit. Just let them flow. The other big part of ethical storytelling is consent. So the stories we gather are made public on the Community Reporter website unless a person says they do not want it to be, and we always respect consent. Consent can be withdrawn at any time, so you could tell your story today, be fine with it being shared, we share it, and then in a few weeks you go, actually I don't want that to be up, so you email us and we take it down. And it's as simple as that. Consent is always respected, and for that reason we do have consent forms for everybody to fill out today. And I will ask if somebody, Olga, would you be able to hand these out? If everybody could have one of each, please. So we've got consent forms that can be filled out. If you don't want your story sharing, but you'd like to still take part in the activity today, that's absolutely fine. Just don't complete a consent form and don't share it with us at the end. You can just keep it for yourself or delete it, that's fine. But if you are happy for your story to be shared as part of this project, do complete the consent form. And you'll see on the sheet of tips that we're handing out as well, the instruction sheet, we have got an email address or a WhatsApp number at the bottom for you to share your story to. This is Georgia's details. So Georgia will be gathering any stories that you want to share. Excuse me, sorry, this bit's quite important, so if people could listen. If you send your story to Georgia, make sure you also send a photograph of your completed consent form, because we can't share it without that, and we won't share it without that. But if you want your story sharing, you need to make sure you send the consent form to Georgia along with your story. If you don't want your story sharing, don't send it to Georgia at all. That's absolutely fine too. So, once everybody's got a consent form and a worksheet, what we'd like everybody to do is get maybe into pairs or groups of 3, go find a quiet space, and we'll take sort of 15 minutes or so to record our snapshot stories. If you don't have someone to work with, the various Continue partners are around and would be happy, I'm sure, to record a story for you. So the idea is to take it in turns. So if you're in pairs, if you spend 2-3 minutes recording your partner's story and then swap, and they spend 2-3 minutes recording yours, and then we will come back to the group in about 15 minutes. I'm not sure what time it is now, if anyone... 12:15. So if we come back at 12:30 is... So if everybody is back here for 12:30, once you've recorded your story, if you have time, feel free to send it on to Georgia, but if not, you'll have time this afternoon to do that. And the question we are asking is, what, in your experience, was the biggest impact of the pandemic on young people? If you think you're going to forget the question and you're going out of the room to record your story, feel free to take a photograph of the slide or jot that down.
It's on the piece of paper.
Is it on the piece of paper too? Excellent. As I said, some of this is a surprise to me because I did not prepare this in any way, shape or form. So it's on the instruction sheet. Thank you. So yeah, what in your experience was the biggest impact of the pandemic on young people? And we're asking you to share snapshot stories, so only 2 to 3 minutes each tops, but they can be as little as 30 seconds, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, and just take it in turns to record each other. And that is that for now. If you could come back in 15 minutes.
Közben ezt veszi.
Allora, una domanda. Qual è stato nella tua esperienza il maggiore impatto della pandemia sui giovani?
L'impatto più grande è stata la mancanza di socialità e quindi questo ha portato i giovani a chiudersi, ma allo stesso tempo a scoprire attraverso gli strumenti che abbiamo a disposizione con il web delle competenze, delle digital skills che durante i workshop loro hanno dimostrato l'interesse di sviluppare addirittura un'app per sfruttare le competenze che abbiamo acquisito durante il lockdown, quindi socialità non soltanto fisica, ma anche attraverso il digital.
Allora, va bene, grazie mille.
Prego.
Vuoi guardare? Bene, perfetto. Ma tu sei una signora bella. Sì, sì.
Sono felice di dirlo e quando sono
Felicità,
Grazie a
So
te.
you're open, for to know new people, for example. That's nice.
Elimino le barriere, ne primo qualsiasi voce e mi astengo dal giudizio. Il mio giudizio ai danza e non giudico sociale su
Una storia grande.
I can also take that slide from Sarah. Just in case.
Non pubblico. Ma voglio, should I send you personally? Okay. Then I'm not gonna send this to Giovanni.
So here
No,
I close.
not George. Because we don't want.
So there, like, according to the program, there was like final video in the end, but you already showed it in the beginning, that one. So yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then I can send them also per email. And also to you.
Can you inform the technicians that we are switching the, yeah, I don't know if it is,
so that you can also get.
if they have to know it or not.
I don't know.
Okay.
If not, we can try if it will work and that's it.
I'm not going to read through everything on them because
Yeah.
I don't think it's...
I will try to open the slides if it will load for me. Have a visual scene.
I think it's better to focus on the...
I'm gonna send an email, it's my number. Would be nice. Yeah. Faccio un corso di italiano intensivo in una scuola a Berlino. Sì. La nostra insegnante è italiana. Firenze, Toscana, Anna.
When I made this slide, I wasn't expecting the image to be so small on the projector, but I'll read them anyways. And they've got them in front of them on the...
I can leave, I think.
I'm only going to stick to the headers anyway, because otherwise it's very big.
I think it's going pretty.
It's not an Erasmus event unless there's a certain...
I'm gonna write, and I'm gonna repeat like 5 times, and then send you an email. And then you're gonna put more words or something, and the story is gonna be long. So I'm gonna learn new words. Grazie, grazie di cuore.
Quando vuoi, anche fra un quando
Right, are we okay to start back up again? So, just to finish off the story gathering, first of all, thank you all for taking part. Someone flagged with me, Georgia's put her WhatsApp number on the sheet, but she should have said that it is +44 for the country code, and then leave off the 0, and then use the rest of the number. But you can also use the email address. And as I say, please just remember to photograph your consent form and send that along with your story if you want your story sharing.
Write the number here. So what is
Yes,
the correct number?
+44.
Plus 4.
Leave off the 0, and then it's the rest of the number after the 0. So, for those of you who have chosen to share your stories, they will be added to the database of stories we've gathered for the Continue project so far, and they will be available on the Community Reporter website, which I think the details might be on that sheet. So I think they are on the consent form. It's communityreporter.net. And you'll be able to go on there in a few days, and I think Georgia will probably email you at the address on your consent form to let you know when your story is on there so you can see it. And these will add to the overall stories gathered for the project. So I think now we're going to move on to the policy recommendations in the Pan-European Reach Out campaign, which will be mostly delivered by Evelina. But before I hand over to her, what we did next with the stories and the insight reports and the conversation of change events and the knowledge exchanges was we listened to what young people wanted to see, and we boiled them down into policy recommendations. We did this on the local level in each country taking part, but we also came together for a pan-European knowledge exchange, which I think some of you attended, some of the young people in the room. We then used the findings from that event to come up with some policy recommendation areas. Now, when I put together this slide, I thought that it would zoom in more on the screen. It did not. So you do have copies of the policy recommendations on your tables as well to look through at your leisure. We modelled them on the EU's youth strategy and mapped them. But the broad policy areas we focused on were safe spaces, which I know some people talked about earlier, a focus on inclusion, so the pandemic kind of highlighted where there were already issues with inclusion, peer-led mental health services, so a lot of people at the events talked about a desire to see mental health services that were led by their peers, because services, as we all know, are so overstretched right across Europe. And the final policy area was education and employability. And we focused on these to somewhat in the Pan-European Reach Out campaign, which Evelina will go on to talk about. We've focused on these areas because they were the most sort of prevalent to the young people who took part in the project. And if you want to sort of dive further into those policies, they are on the sheets with you, and they are also published on the website, or will be published on the website. So,
okay. Thank you, Sarah. And before moving on, I will ask us to reorder because I see that some groups are way too big. So I will ask the students who came in the group, raise your hands. I want to see where are you. Like the students who came with the teacher. That table, right? This table? Hungarian students? You are this and this table, right? Okay, so let's try to make it like 3 tables, yeah, and near each of them there's one local person. So the teacher, you, may I ask to join maybe that table, and Olga? So in order to translate, or Olga? Yeah, I see. Okay, and the others, let's try to make it of 6 people per table. So we would like to make you at least in half. Maybe somewhere there are too many of you. Can you check? Like in order for discussions to happen, split a bit. And for some people, not for students, it may be good if you join the group with people you don't know that much. Like not your country person, not your friend. Maybe it will be more interesting. انت شو تتسك split انت? Can you please split this table in half? It will be easy. This one?
Somebody would like to ask.
No, it's fine how it will be. Okay, attention to me. Hello. Can everyone, when I'm raising the hand, let's shut up, okay? Yeah. So what is gonna happen? We have 4 recommendations which Sarah presented, and you have the beautiful posters on the table. So they represent like the main everything, the background, and how we led to the recommendation. This is like, the cover page, and on the other side there are recommendations. But we will go through each of them. I'm gonna screen the video, and you have the questions on each table. So while watching, thank you, Veronica, for helping. Yeah, while watching the videos, just think for yourself about that. What first thoughts did the video give to you? What came while watching? The second thing, does this video manage to hand over the clear message to show the whole path? How did we come to this recommendation? Because the video shows like all activities, how they connected to each other, and you can tell if it was clear how we come to that recommendation or not. And the first thing, does this video raise awareness on the topic? Does it make you think about it, change your mind or something? Or maybe even to act on that topic somehow in your local community? So if yes, how? So just think of these 3 questions, and after each video we will have 5 minutes shortly to reflect in the group. What did you thought while watching? And then we'll have 1 minute from each group to tell your ideas. So you have 1 paper per topic. For example, safe space, you take the paper with safe space and you write down your answers from the group, okay? Is that clear or too complicated? Okay. Yeah. One more thing. Each table should have 1 partner from organization in order to make it clear if something is not clear. So I'm thinking it is like that, but yeah. Okay. So first video will be mental health. You can prepare your mental health paper. Look through the questions again, and I will start the video. Okay, is it clear? Hola. Okay, let's start the video.
Ir jaučiausi iš tikrųjų tokių, sakyčiau, truputį kaip ir vieniša, nes negalėjau taip normaliai kažkokiai, nežinau, susitepti, nežinau, bendrauti.
Ho ancora un po' di anche ansia sociale, però sto cercando di combatterla un po' meglio, cerco di avere più contatti, cioè non so, stranamente stare con ricerco persone più serene per aiutarmi a svellentare, no?
This kind of activity, well, we decided to make it a hike because we wanted people to meet live, to see each other, to try to connect with each other, connect with themselves, to spend more time in nature. And we also selected this kind of format because our main problem why we decided to do this event was post-pandemic difficulties, just being close to other people, social isolation, and we wanted to tackle this problem and also to deepen people's emotional intelligence and to help them to connect to their senses more.
Yeah, so as you saw, this is the recommendation on peer-led mental health services. So look through these 3 questions and try to answer during 5 minutes. Find your answer from the group, like common something. 5 minutes.
És a harmadik, hogy ez a ifjúsági szakfejlesztés is figyelmet arra, hogy ez fontos téma az országban. Mikrofonos vagy vajon?
Fiatalok játszanak képen, videón, természet.
Tetszett? Jól találtál? Kellemes?
Igen. Egymással foglalkoztak. Próbáltak egymásnak segíteni.
Idejük most angolul idejük. Quello che dicono.
Oh, okay. Funny.
They also had difficulties.
So, he's faced?
He faced difficulties.
Because she's like in the opposing side of it. I would say when she saw the video is the first thing I would relate it with how the people outdoors were experiencing the peace and quiet, right? So for mental health, I would say that it's important to be outdoors and also block out the noise, you know, because like where they went is a forest, not just the downtown traffic noise and everything. Do I hit it right with that? How you say isolation? Because yes, you're out, but in your peace and quiet, in your own moment. I don't know if I'm getting so.
Leave the house. I think in some cities it was like that they were really restricted to their own house.
So they had the desire.
They had the desire to go. It's like the grass is green on the other side. Like, I feel like right now, nobody really, I wouldn't say nobody, but usually some people maybe don't have that desire anymore because you have the freedom to go out, to do whatever. And I think this civic desire of going to the woods, going to the having the why you're there is
something simple, to feel better.
So maybe it's just a simple way to feel better.
Spend money to buy something, you can just walk, you can just be a part of nature, to feel it, you can stay alone, and it is also a way to feel better.
The nature is a important part of
Nature is an important part
of this project.
Okay, time's up. Ole, it's gonna be my sign. I know we can discuss for hours, but let's finish right now. You can continue during lunch.
Let's please finish all the discussions for now. We had so much to say.
First table. Okay, so we will ask one person from each group to share what did you discuss on each question, like very shortly. So who would like to start? If that's needed, I don't know, but take it.
All right, thank you. So what? Should I go with the questions one by one or just? Okay. Well, our first thoughts about the video, I think we all could see the impact of COVID. So when it comes to the negative parts, it would be stress, isolation, lack of social life. But then at the same time, COVID made us maybe become aware of the things that we were missing out before. So maybe people realized more that going out to nature and to green spaces is somehow important. And we do miss finding the calmness and the quiet time that we were just in the hustle of living in the cities and going to work or going to university, but we're not really able to connect with ourselves somehow and finding time with our own ourselves. Also, the part is related to the movement and the physical activities. I think people started realizing that they do need to do more physical activities and exercise, because that is also part of not the mental health only, but the physical health as well. And if you are good in your body, then you would feel good in your mind. We also, I think people started to become more creative in terms of trying to find new ways of, let's say, socializing. Because before, yeah, as one of the colleagues here said, that we were just going to a bar and sit down on a table and just talk to each other. But right now we started to find some other methods of connecting with each other. So yeah, I think the message of the video was pretty clear. And we do need maybe more peer-to-peer connections and healthier ways of connecting with each other. That's all.
Thank you for this group. What's next? Who's next? You?
Through the video, we saw their suffering as we had suffered through the pandemic. We understood the value of connection, of family, of friends, which we lost during the pandemic, and how company is essential for the human spirit. Yeah, and how now the video raises awareness towards the need for connection, the need to move together, the need to be in community in nature. So yes, it's good video for the mental health, I gotta say. Take this off me, please.
Thank you. That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Another group. Each group we asked to share, at least shortly, don't need to speak that much if you don't want. I'm giving it to you anyway.
Sorry. All the three or even
Yeah, from your point.
Yeah. So for us, in a nutshell, the first thoughts we had is, like for us, the learnings we took away. Sorry, if you may. It's how it's important to be outdoors and non-sedentary, because most of the time during the pandemic, you were somewhere in your studio, always seated down and working long hours. So this was more relieving and kind of a way for people to unwind from that long spell of being indoors and everything. And for us, to show how this whole path was coming to the recommendations, is that in most cases, if people are isolated, they feel alone, they have no one to talk to. But we could clearly see that when they are out with others, it's kind of a way for them to feel a connection through the different activities they were doing, with the foot dance, and even through the hiking. They were like trying to explore different things, and it kind of cuts back on the previous lives they lived as being alone. And then the last thing, like, how does it raise awareness and how does it encourage us to act? If yes, how? So we clearly saw right from how the video was going around, and even like from the captions they put, like the stereotypes we have, like, as a man, you have to be strong, you don't have to be weak. We saw there were some males in there, and they could somehow open up with their peers, because we could see that some of them were pairing up and sharing experiences, but not just saying like, I was a tough guy through the pandemic. I mean, I did my push-ups and sit-ups, so it was nothing, or something like that. So for us, like, this is mostly the takeaways that we had from there. Thank you.
Very interesting thought. Thank you very much. Any other groups wanting to share?
So when we watch the video, we just feel that we was not alone. It's like we have the same feeling with the people on the video. And also we can see the importance of having a safe space for people to gather and feel peaceful together. And also maybe making new connections between people who really want to connect with each other can help us to feel better. And one of us can see that in the video, one person mentioned that she wants to be with more peaceful people, not with friends or with family, but with more peaceful people. So maybe being with people who make you feel peaceful is good for us. And also, just being with nature is a simple way to feel better. We don't need to do something very complicated or very expensive or things like that, but just, go to the nature and enjoy the feeling when you are in nature. So nature is very important in healing the feeling of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other groups? Okay.
We only had time to discuss the first question. So we started sharing personal experiences that we had during COVID. One was that we couldn't meet in the street or visit each other's homes, but we could go out into nature. And then one positive thing during COVID was that we could spend more time with family, which is not how the situation was before or after COVID. I mean, I don't know if there's after COVID, but once lockdown was over, before COVID, we would spend more time with friends and less time with family, and this was the opposite during lockdown. So that was one positive thing that our group talked a lot about, and that's all we had time for.
Okay, thank you. And the last thoughts? If you don't nod, you can nod.
We started to get to know each other. That took the time, but we learned that these girls had the opportunity to go into the nature even during COVID together, and they went to swim in a lake. And they find these videos encouraging, and that's all, I think.
Encouraging. That's very good. Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay, one technical thing I want to mention. I'm not sure. Okay, this group made it right. So there's like, it was about mental health. So they wrote on the mental health paper. So please continue doing that. It will be easier for us to collect and understand about what you wrote. Thank you. Maybe later. Okay, and the second paper will be career guidance. What do you discuss? So maybe you noted here about these answers. Yeah. So now career development, the same 3 questions, the same 5 minutes.
I didn't do much work in lockdown because I just didn't have the motivation to do it. And then when I got back to school, I just forgot a lot of things that I had done before, and then yeah, I would say that I'm going down a bit, but I'm trying to build myself back up.
So we had an open discussion with people from different backgrounds, from tech or data science to freelancers, and we asked them to share their experience while choosing a career or changing it, what challenges they faced, what helped them the most. And the main idea of this initiative was to spread the message or to inspire young people that it's okay to have questions about your studies or about your job, career, and that you can always change it, and no matter how old are you or in what phase you are. And we also talked about soft skills, that soft skills are the key that will help you no matter what path you choose. They'll help you to get through it faster and to achieve what you want to achieve.
Okay, so the same recommendation, you saw how we came to that, and the recommendation is to have career guidance to help people, young people, while choosing their career, their job and stuff like that. So again, 3 questions, try to make it fit. Aš biškai dabar pasižymėjau, ką pasakė, nes jau čia neužfiksuosim, ne visi užrašė. Tai galėtum tada kitus užrašyti, man labiausiai tas impact, kad encouraging, kad ten men ir gyvūnų. Jo, gerai. Tai jūs gal galima vėliau tekstus, aš ten toliau skaitysiu. Jo, aš tik porą. Išvarėti neiškom. Gal taip, to pats. Ten labai simple, man tiesiog ant kažką reikia pateikti. Yeah. feedback about the impact of the local result. Vizualus typeform, kur vizuali forma, tiesiog vienas klausimas. Gal kas pasidalintų? One minute. All right, time's up.
Let's finish.
Okay, let's finish up discussions. Slowly, slowly. Okay. To save our time, I will ask each group to share more shortly, okay? So what we would finish on time and could have lunch on time. So yeah, let's try to fit into 1 minute, just very quickly what you talked about. Maybe let's start with you right now.
Okay, so we
Maybe you can stand a bit.
yeah, okay, it's very important. We discussed a little bit about how COVID was because we don't know each other, so we wanted to see how was COVID for us, for them in school, so the well-known things. And then just they said that for them, for example, the school, they had to be online or not even online, but they had all the time to make tests on responding to different exercises, and it really was difficult, and it caused, of course, as the video says, how it was said, a slower, so backwards or a slower path of learning. And after, when they went back, they felt it for a long time. But now it's better because the teachers helped them to overcome this. So this is why this topic was really interesting for them.
Okay, can you give the microphone to someone else?
No, I can sit. It's okay. So really quickly, we our first thoughts on the video were kind of the main points about kind of the importance of soft skills. It's never too late to change your mind, and this is kind of the impressions we got from the youth speaking. And we got kind of leading into the recommendations that being able to have the tools is really important, especially after having lost this time, quote unquote. So it's recognizing the importance of being able to learn what you want and that you can be in the ways that you can be able to access it, but having the tools to do it as well. And we thought that the video did raise awareness on the topic. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
Want to talk about it? Or? All right. The video made us think about our future, the uncertainness of it, the need for support in finding jobs, and the need for school to provide support to students in finding jobs, careers, and so forth. Yet, the video was not clear enough. There's a language barrier at my table. It's hard when you're explaining soft skills. What is the concept of soft skills? What does it mean? It doesn't go in depth enough to raise the awareness needed towards these very, very complicated topics and very important as well. Yes, thank you very much. Who else needs it?
We also talked about what it was like during COVID, kind of like the first group. So we basically made a list of feelings that we had during lockdown. So two that were paired together were sad and alone because we couldn't meet with friends, we couldn't go to work. School was different. Someone else said that they had feelings of happiness because they could spend more time with their family. So that was something that they really welcomed. Another person said that they fought with themselves a lot because it was just a really new situation and didn't really know what to do. And then the last pairing of feeling was confusion and fear. So confusion because of what was this? How do we get information about COVID? What do we do? Everything was new. Messaging from the government was very top down. I guess it needed to be. And then fear, fear for ourselves, but also for our family members, especially people who are have some kind of medical issue. How can we help them best? And then, feelings of helplessness that arise because of this. And we did not have time for that.
It's okay, go ahead.
In COVID, it was an opportunity to lose motivation, lose jobs, but it also offers new career opportunities. So it also offers new career opportunities. The unknown part leads to new chances. And also rural, the countryside and the urban cities have differences between the education and also have a job. And also you are responsible for your employability. So have a good, with a good school, you can get a safer job.
Okay. Thank you. You can have it. Maybe I will have it here or not. Okay, and this.
We discussed how we experienced pandemic from our career or job point of view differently. So for some of us, it created new creative ways of doing our work, and kind of also a chance to reinvent ourselves in a different way. We also talked a little bit about how the pandemic's feeling of loneliness connects to the feeling of loneliness when you first start to find your career and you first seek your new job and you have no idea how to do it, and that maybe these creative new ways can help us in this career advice as well. And we also had a chance to talk a little bit about how the video is well structured, because it's first is like really emotional, and then you also get some factual details about the policy change, so it can be really encouraging, and I don't know, it's structured well enough to raise awareness.
Okay, different opinions, interesting. Thank you very much. Okay, my computer is sleeping, but are you all right? All happening well? We have 2 more videos to go. Good? Good. Okay, the third video will be about safe spaces. So, safe spaces paper. And let's have, again, the same questions in mind.
I need to meet people, and I feel like I can't grow, because to grow you need to have real meetings, and it's not the same online than in face-to-face settings.
L'obiettivo dell'evento di oggi era innanzitutto far emergere quelli che sono i bisogni degli studenti, quindi la necessità di avere più spazi congestiti da rilanciare dopo la pandemia, la necessità di avere proprio uno spazio nel territorio per fare in modo che gli studenti vivano nel territorio, cosa che molto spesso a scuola viene dimenticata. E poi era un evento inaugurativo, inaugurazione della nuova autogestita, all'interno della quale ci stiamo trovando in questo momento, ha un'autogestita che è stata ottenuta con tanti sacrifici, con un dispiego di energia notevole, ma che finalmente abbiamo ottenuto, è finalmente in realtà un punto di riferimento all'interno del territorio. L'evento di oggi è inaugurazione dell'autogestita, ma anche dei pannelli tematici che abbiamo installato proprio fuori dal presso cascino nell'inferriata che protegge la scuola. È un'azione di denuncia sociale vera e propria, cioè alla sporcizia, all'incuria, gli studenti rispondono con un'azione di bellezza.
Yeah, so as you see, this recommendation was about safe spaces, having them for young people to be able to express themselves, to find funding from the government maybe, to have that, to have place to meet people and have place to have discussions relevant to young people and things like that. So 5 minutes to you again.
centro padėjo, aš tipo, beveik susipykom prieš išlipant į lėktuvą, dėl to tipo, what the fuck, neberangus. Tai aš tik buvau susiturėjęs, šiaip aš jeigu padėjo, tai susitarėm, kad 3 kartai. Jeigu darys padėjo, darytis, po to neištis, tada jau tipo vos prieš padrystą, tada tipo nesimoka.
Per pusę metų 3 kartai, ne?
Ne, 5 mėnesius. Tai aš sakau, tikrai čia nėra, šitas pirmas kartas, po to žiūrėsiu.
Aišku, žiūrėsim, ten vien finansus, ten skrydžius,
Nu, jo, bet ta prasme čia gera kaina, dabar kaip tik šitam laikui. Aš pats nepirksiu, aš nutariu ir paprašysiu grąžinti.
Ne, žinai, reikia turėti planą, nes aš atsimenu, kad mama padėjo transformuoti planą, tai kad mes susitardavom, žinai,
Tai va, tarkim, mes
laikytis.
Labai viskas, kad reikia, nes tu pati...
Kas žinai, kad biškai praeis gal laiko, gal jam reikia iš tikrųjų laiko observuoti, bet reikia būtinai turėti planą, nes jeigu neturėjom, pavyzdžiui, truputį gavo, mes neturėjom tokio laiko, nes jis visiškai keičiai, nu ir toks, po to tau galva nebesupranta, kad gali ir negali, ir kad aš jūs matysiu, kad aš toks nelabai suprantu, koks tu esi prajoritis tam dalykus. Bet pavyzdžiui, išgyvenu buvo ir aš galvoju, jau turėjau labai blogą, long distance, kur neišėjau, bet tai kaime, kad judesiai, praviškai, bet tikrai ir laikydavomės tų datų, žinai, nors tai irgi atrodo, kad daug visko vyksta ir taip, dar atvarijas, bet 1 minute. Reikia besko. Aš dabar taip, reikia jo, kad biškai apšlifuoti visą. Bet aš nes aš taip stojau, kai tada galvoju, o man visai matei būtent tokia privatas vilkas. Time's up.
Ole. Okay, who wants to start sharing? Guys, I don't want to shout and lose my voice. Guys, let's stop. Sorry, I don't want to shout, but you're making me to. Okay, so this was about being lost, right? Being lost in the career and education and what to do and coming to the recommendation to career guidance. So what was your thoughts about video, about the whole topic? Who wanna start?
Thank you. So for us, the quick takeaways was that you have to be bold if you need something. So we saw the students that they had to do something.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's about safe spaces. Yeah. Sorry for.
Yeah. So when they were like agitating for a safe space where they need to be heard, they had to do something, whether it's about protesting, whether it's about holding town halls with stakeholders. You know, they have to send a social worker who is in charge of youth employment and stuff like this to hold discussions. And then it also shed a light on how stakeholders need to play their part, like to pull their weight. So if there is, for example, funding needed, then they need to commit to that funding because it's their kind of legal obligation and what have you. And then the message, still, it's all about taking action if you need something to take shape, you know. And then right from the audio clip that was playing at the start, for us, we realized that there is a phenomenon that human interaction is superior to remote connection. So you saw exactly what the First Lady was talking about. She needs to be around people. So this is probably someone who is just breaking into the job market on entry level. So to her, having these meetings on Zoom, it's not the same as sitting in a meeting room and trying to get these soft skills on, how to speak up and how to be a leader and what have you. And then the last takeaway for the third part, still, it's all about you have to do something and not just hope and say that something will happen. So it's all about taking action in general.
Okay, thank you very much. Another group? Another group who's taking up the mic? Safe spaces. And guys, please respect each other and please listen.
Yes, we were also emphasizing that that this video raises awareness and show us how we can find out what we need on our own and take responsibility to think about the solutions. Yeah.
Like that. Another group? Safe spaces, reflection.
So here we talked about, this video made us think on the school. The guys are leaving now, and so the importance to get support from the school, from the teachers, the support to pass the exams, the possibility to learn practical skills, to move on, find a job, and be in a safe space. And the importance to have a space, a familiar space like the school, where it is possible to speak together, exchange, learn from each other. Did I forget something? Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, we can move on to the last one. Okay, so again, the last paper, it will be about inclusion. Yeah, so the paper for inclusion, the same questions. So let's focus the last time, the final video, and you will be free. Okay. Technical team.
People can actually.
I don't know, there's no sound.
People can actually start
It doesn't play.
to ask the closest people who are close to them if they.
No? Was meine juntas?
People can actually start to ask the closest people.
It's from my computer, if it's possible.
People can actually start to ask the closest people who are close to them if they are actually alright, if they need help, if they need support. So some help can be given to them, and they can start to feel like they are not alone.
We formed 2 teams, one blended and team. They first to create everybody their own message and create a competition or a web. The message could be anything, but basically had the relation with social issues. It was successful, more than 20 people were coming. We offered foods and beverages. We spent the cheaper time together.
So we created a survey that was sent out, and we received a very good response rate about what problems they face and what information they felt they needed to know more as migrants living in Hungary. So we choose and compile them, and we resorted to creating a podcast which will have a series that runs an episode tackling a different issue. So we're going to be sitting down with experts and trying to get their opinion and explanations to try and disseminate this information out there to the migrants living in Hungary.
us to start from the beginning or
You want? Yeah, we can share it, but just to highlight the thing about inclusion, like it's basically about maybe underrepresented groups from some different background, and the recommendation is to make it more, our community to make more inclusive, to make social actions such as we did in Continue project. As you saw many good examples in the beginning who people shared in the video as well, we will repeat it, but like it kind of empowers that vulnerable groups to act, to learn how to make a change for themselves. So that was recommendation about that, and we can start over if you want.
People can actually start to ask the closest people who are close to them if they are actually alright, if they need help, if they need support. So some help can be given to them and they can start to feel like they are not alone.
We formed two teams, one planned the community event. The aim was to create everybody their own message and paint it on a t-shirt or a bag. The message could be anything, but basically had a relation with social issues. It was successful, more than 20 people were coming. We offered foods and beverages. We spent the cheaper time together.
So we created a survey that was sent out and we received a very good response rate about what problems they face and what information they felt they needed to know more as migrants living in Hungary. So we got all these issues and compiled them, and we resorted to creating a podcast which will have a series that runs an episode tackling a different issue. So we're going to be sitting down with experts and trying to get their opinion and explanations to try and disseminate this information out there to the migrants living in Hungary.
Yeah, so 5 minutes.
always have the feeling that they are not used to be there.
Okay, time is up. So the last round of sharing, I will ask each group again, as it's the last round, so you can speak. So yeah, who would like to start? Inclusion. I'm going to the back.
You don't have to turn, guys. I think what we noticed in the video was the issue of migrants and expats generally living in a foreign country and how it's hard for them to be part of the community where they are residing. And maybe during COVID, something that maybe those who live in Hungary could relate to is the fact that there was a lot of lack of information to us and we couldn't really get any information how we could even go to the doctors or especially those who have the general practitioners and like to find hospitals, stuff like that. So that was pretty hard. And at the same time, many people might not feel that they are part of the community, which would also be problematic. But at the same time, I think diversity is richness. So when we see that there are, we should appreciate the fact that we live in a community that is quite international and that every person could bring something good to the table, and with that, we could make something good.
Thank you very much.
That's all.
For the thoughts. Another group. I'm not gonna go far.
So we all agreed that it's very important that such efforts exist, especially during when COVID lockdown was happening. But also an example from today, if these inclusive efforts don't exist, then our students wouldn't be able to participate in today's workshop. So they get a bit of assistance with translation, for example. And then we spoke a little bit about language learning in general and how that helps to build a more inclusive society. And then we got to the second question, we didn't get to the third. To us, it was clear from the video that these efforts do support the people who are turning to them. We thought that these efforts were all successful.
Thank you very much. And to vote who did those, show the efforts. You want to tell? Or?
Yeah, so first, the quick takeaways is that, we need to share the problems within the migrant community ourselves, because we are the only ones who can relate how we face these problems, and then we can try to see how to seek solutions. And also on the inclusive part is that not always to victimize yourself, but to ask yourself, have you played a role to integrate? Have you even bothered to learn any Hungarian, any Lithuanian if you live there? To go about the basic activity, like, order food, talk to the doctor or something. And the big message we took is that sometimes we don't have to think about problem in a broader perspective. If something can only be solved at the national level, we can just start with the city district level to talk to the councillor, okay, that if you are a foreign parent, how can you claim child support services or something like this, just on the local level without having to go to the broader level. And the third part, of course, is mostly spreading the awareness. That's why we held these events, and we also believe with our different audiences in different groups, like experts in Hungary and what have you, like the problems they face, that, okay, I can't find a flat because the landlord maybe doesn't. Sometimes it's a language barrier, but probably they're paranoid. So we try to zero down all this victimization, that just because the landlord didn't say it's available, it's maybe because they couldn't communicate to you, but they didn't say it's available because you wear a headscarf as Arab. But it's just not always be paranoid, but to know that, you have to take that initiative.
Thank you very much. You?
Would you like to share? Okay. Yeah, this video brings attention towards the need to include, to not leave others behind, to help each other. What does it mean to leave each other behind? Why does it even happen? It's the creation of barriers. There's barriers between one and each other. Language barriers, social barriers, economical barriers, which need to be knocked down one by one systematically. In a group of friends, we all see each other, we know when one's hurting. And when that is happening, when somebody is hurt and we can see it, reach out. Don't let them wallow in their own suffering. Reach out, give them a helping hand. It is necessary and it is good. This video brings a nice light on the difficulties of being part of a small community, a different part of the diversity of a beautiful country, and the ways that also technology can help strengthen communities through voice calls, video calls, and podcasts to unite groups. This is all very helpful in moving forwards and continuing. That's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who from your group? I guess the teacher again, no? You have to share something?
Okay, there was a very nice story, an example given by these young ladies. They live in a rural area, quite in the outskirts of a bigger city in Hungary. And they explained that during the COVID, some of their schoolmates were not able to join the studies because they didn't have internet connection. And what they did, they shared their own internet with the neighbors, and the neighbor could go to the window, and by the window they could join the class.
Thank you for sharing. Very nice story. Inspiring. And the last group?
So we were speaking about how the video really shows us tools and ways to put people getting their voices heard and their issues and their problems, people that are not used to be heard. And it was a very important thing that the video showed us. And another thing that we were talking about was how people aren't aware how it is important to participate. So it should be the first step to raise awareness to the importance to participate in these things and get their voices heard. And another thing that came up in the group was that for them to participate, something has to be changed. So they don't have the feeling that, okay, we are saying what we need, we are participating, but nothing happens then. I think it was mostly this. Okay.
Thank you all for discussing and sharing. So in case you would like to find those videos, we have Continue Facebook, Continue E+, where you can find all these 4 videos. And I hope it kind of mixed something in your mind while watching them, while discussing, made you think about some issues, maybe about some actions. Maybe you got inspired by some examples of some countries, some social actions, and this was just like very simple, like showing that each of you can do the same, because young people did in various countries, and they made at least some kind of change, even locally, even more like bigger level, but still it touches some people, so the power is in your hands. And I'm giving the word to Olga, I guess.
Thank you so much. Our event is drawing to an end. Thank you so much, all of you, for your participation. It was really good to get to know you and your thoughts now in the final round. Also, I'm looking forward to checking out your videos that you made today. So if you're ready, please share them. And also, I would like to bring your attention to another event we are organizing this Saturday. We have some flyers there at the entrance, or if you come to me, I will give them to you. It is also an event within the framework of Continue project. It will focus more on youth activism. So if you are interested in that topic and you would like to receive some more inspiration, some more techniques for that, please come to join us on Saturday. You can also try out podcast making. Derek will help you in that. And the screen printing that you saw in the videos, you can actually try it out and make your own tote bag with your own message. So I think it will be a very exciting event as well. Thank you again. Is there anything else that we would like to share?
No. Don't take the papers you wrote. We will take them.
Okay. And I think I will send you an email, a follow-up email with the Continue homepage as well, where you can find more documents about our findings and handbooks of a lot of the practices that we use. So thank you very much.
Thank you.